Do you mind if I share a brief story with you before we begin? Do you mind? It says that I am a new photographer, and I am. And one way I can prove that I am a new photographer is that my cell phone takes better pictures than me. Who, anyone has the same problem than me? Jenny and I spent last night trying to get a nice picture of the Pasadena City Hall. It's a beautiful building. And I spent like 1 hour trying to get a right exposure, trying to get a good framing. I also thought today we're going to have a Hugin presentation. I don't know what time, but I tried to take several pictures to stitch a panorama, and we spent more than an hour. Then I took my cell phone, and with one click, I'm not sure what I'm going to donate. And I got this one with a single click on my phone, and I'm glad that I have a phone that takes good picture, but it really pissed me off, you know. But I spend a lot of hours trying to learn how to take photography, and this thing does it with one click. That's not fair. So we're 3 minutes away to start the presentation. Yeah, I think I have it. But I'm not sure, but the images are still on my camera. And each photo, it's like 19, I think. My camera is 19 megapixels. And I took no, since I was using a 15 mils, I had to stitch like 8 columns and 4 rows. Yeah. I haven't tried to do the panorama yet. I'm just going to wait till I have it on my computer and test. But till now, I haven't been able to do a nice panorama. And my only approach to Hugin was to play with the interface by myself. I have never seen a tutorial or YouTube or anything, so I'm really excited to get to the talk today. 2 minutes. Okay, the phone that I'm using, it's a Huawei P20 Pro. The night mode, it's incredible, but I feel like dirty. It's like cheating. No, I can introduce myself. Oh. No, but actually, right now. This is your room, so I think you should. Okay. Okay.
You guys all the way at the back, don't be shy. Come forward. There's all these open seats. Sit in the front. Oh, don't go.
You can sit wherever you want, but just don't go away, okay?
I'll be locking the doors after this. Thank you everyone for coming to the second annual Libre Graphics track here at SCaLE. Very happy that we got the time and space to put this on. So thank you to Elon and all the volunteers here at SCaLE. It's awesome to be here, and organizing this kind of thing kind of from the top is very difficult. If you've ever tried to organize a lug meeting, getting space for things is usually super expensive and time consuming. So all I do is send an email every year and say like, hey, I want to do this, and they just say yes, and there's no haggle. It's great, and this is one of the cheaper conferences to attend as far as I know, so that's awesome. Thank you all for coming. Don't be shy, come to the front. Don't leave. Ready?
Yeah.
That applause means we're ready to go. Without further ado, here is Gabrielle.
Hi. Thank you. Okay, so my name is Gabriel, and we will be talking about my photography workflow with free and open source software using Linux. Okay? I'm from Mexico, so I think you have noticed my thick accent. And I'm going to mispronounce a lot of words. So if you don't understand something that I said, just ask me. I will not bother to do that. I am a newbie photographer. I have already explained why I feel newbie. My cell phone takes better pictures than me. I love to do speaks. 6 years ago, I started on local groups in my city, in Tijuana. And I have been to some congress, and this is something that I really love to do, although I am a newbie also doing speaks. And I started using Linux like 16 years ago. For my work, I am sysadmin, and I will say that I born to be root, but just as an advice, don't use the root user. You don't supposed to use the root user. Use sudo, okay? We all have a story with. Okay. So, Linux users love to do this, talking about their hopping path between distros. And this is mine. I started with Mandrake 16 years ago, then College Linux. Have someone heard about College Linux? No, neither me, but the problem was my old PC didn't handle Mandrake very well, so I found this weird distro. It was based on Slackware, so I moved to Slackware, then Gentoo, Arch Linux. I loved Arch Linux, but it breaks like every 2 weeks. So I decided to go for a more stable and did OpenSUSE for 5 years. And a friend of mine 5 years ago convinced me to get into Debian, and I love it. I'm currently running Debian. Maybe my biggest sin is that all these years I have been using KDE, and I'm good with it. But many people tell me I shouldn't. Anyway, and who's a photographer here? Can you raise your hand? Who? Okay, about the half. So I'm a new photographer, so I have new gear. My Canon 60D, it's like 10 years old or something like that. And my lenses. And regarding my talks, for most of the slides, you're going to see on the footer the link where you can get this presentation, and if you can pick for some of my other they are all in Spanish. Actually, this is my first talk in English, so I am a little bit more nervous than usual, but you can check out my talk. And actually, I think this is the one of the few places on Earth where I can be doing the three things that I love, and it's speaking about Linux and photography. So it's awesome to have the Libre Graphics track here on SCaLE. Okay, how many of you know what is a photography workflow? Okay, there's just a few, so I'm glad because now my talk is not useless. I can explain it to you. So when I go, and usually most of the people, when go out and take pictures, there is a lot of things that you have to take care of. And the first one, and the more obvious, is the photo session, where you go add the location and shoot. But after that, you have to download the pictures to your laptop or desktop or whatever. You have to review and rate your photos, because unless you are very, very good, most of your pictures are going to get blurry, out of focus, misexposed. For me, if I want to do a headshot for a friend, for example, it takes me to 150 to get like 5 or 6 good shots. So the other 140, they're useless to me. So going through this process to review and rate your photos is a good part of the workflow. And once you have the photos that you choose, you have to edit and retouch them. Finally, you will want to publish it, either if you want to publish on your website, or to publish on your social media, or on a magazine or something, but you want to publish your work. And finally, and I think a very, very important one, is to backup. Have any of you have lost your pictures in any way? Maybe bought hard drive, maybe, yeah. You should have more backup. Okay, so this is what motivates to give this talk. And is when I started taking pictures 2 years ago, someone tell me, oh, but you use Linux. I want to see you to moving to Mac or to Windows, because you cannot use Photoshop or Lightroom on Linux. And they tell me this, photographers should use Mac or Windows. And I was not going to. I haven't touched a Windows computer in 12 years. Literally, my brother just asked me to move something on his, I'm not even know what is the current Windows version, but I wasn't able to use the computer, so I was not moving away from Linux. So I started looking, and I found this this workflow that I made from different tutorials. Nothing is from my authority, maybe a couple of bash scripts that I have done, but everything is someone else's work. So I was saying, this is the traditional workflow with proprietary software. They do a lot of things on Lightroom. They use it as a catalog, as a route editor, and after that, they just do the processing on Photoshop. And does any of you use Lightroom? Yeah. Do you import your photos with Lightroom also? I mean, to download it from your... Okay, yeah, that's what I guess. Most of the process is done in Lightroom, but here's the deal. This is Max, my dog, and he's not very impressed with the traditional proprietary workflow. So let's get down to business. Here is what I propose, or many Linux users propose as a workflow, and you have to use more tools, but I think these are more powerful tools. Instead of just using Lightroom and Photoshop, I suggest you Rapid Photo Downloader to get your pictures into the computer, Darktable as a route editor, GIMP to edit your photos, and a little bit of bash, just because for the fun. Okay, so now my dog Max it's good. He likes to use the free open source software workflow. Okay, does your file management for any of you look like this? Having new final file? Raise your hand. Just one, you're kidding. No, I know you better. I know you have this on your computer. Yeah, don't be shy. Okay, so this is a way to manage your photos the Linux way. I'm not sure if you can, you guys on the back, can you read this? Well, does anyone know what these photos are about? I bet you don't. Yeah, and this is basically because the only thing that you can see is that they belong to me. They are JPEGs mostly and a video, and maybe the date where they were taken there. But I think this is much better. You can see a code there for all the pictures. So if one of the pictures get into any other folder on my system, I know exactly where they belong. These are RAW files, and I start with the date. So every time that I want to download the pictures to my camera, I treat them as if they were film rolls. Okay? And I use Rapid Photo Downloader for this. I'm going to show you, yep, demo time. Let me get my SD card. Okay, these are pictures from my stay here in the LA area this week. I haven't seen these pictures. This is the first time that I'm going to download the pictures. It's risky to do this kind of demo because I don't know if there is going to be any compromising photos here, or or if my workflow is going to fail on me. I hope it doesn't. Okay, so the first thing that happens when I get my SD card into my computer, it gets me to the storage manager, and I'll use this download photos and videos with Rapid Photo Downloader. Okay, this is what I love about this tool. Okay, I have some videos of Mexican salsa. I don't know why. But this is the thing. Rapid Photo Downloader is going to create a custom folder. You can customize it here in destination, right here. Custom. So you can see I asked to create a folder with the date of when the picture was taken, a job code, and then an inner folder that says 01 _ RAW. And that's where I'm going to store all the RAW files. Okay? And this is for the location. Location. Okay, and for the image itself, I'm using also the image date when the image was taken, the job code, and a session number of 4 digits. So I'm sure that when I export a film roll into my computer, it is going to be all the images under 01 RAW of the film roll that I created. And they're going to have a unique session number from 1 to 9,099, yeah, you know. Okay, so Okay. Eh, it is failing on me. I'm not going to take all the pictures because if I do that, what is going to happen is that even it's going to create different folders because of they were taken on different days. But I want to have the same code for, I'm sorry, I don't want them to have the same code job. So I don't want to have a picture that was taken yesterday with the code, any code, SCaLE for example, and a picture taken 3 days ago from my trip to Universal Studios because there are two different job codes. So I'm just taking, I didn't expect to be this much pictures. Yeah. Okay. So 304 photos, download. It asked me for a code. Empty. Does any of you have visited the medieval times in Buena Park? Yeah, it is a good show, and it was for me a good opportunity for photos. So I recommend you. And okay. I'm sorry, I forgot to plug my mouse before the presentation, but I'm going to do it really quickly now. Okay, almost done. So you can see on my pad that I have a fixed location for my pictures, home, Gabriel, pictures, DSLR, and then the folder that photo, rapid downloader photo have created, and another folder that says 01_RAW, okay? Okay. Now, after this, I like to use a little bit of Bash. And this is a small piece of code. It only creates directories, but basically it helped me to have the same skeleton for all my film rolls. So I have a 02 for JPEG, 03 for GIMP files, 05 for what I'm saying, it's done, but it basically means it is ready to publish on my social media or somewhere else. This is a typo on the presentation. This is 06 gallery, which used the gallery export of Darktable, and 09 for my thumbnails. And it creates a layout like this. Okay. I'm guessing that most of you know what's the difference between RAW and JPEG, but Can you raise your hand if you know what's the difference? So the other half doesn't know. So basically, a RAW file contains much more information than a JPEG. The JPEG is a file that has been already processed, and the RAW file has all the information that hits the sensor of the camera. So you have more options to manipulate the file, but the thing is, it's going to be a huge file. For my camera, there are like 30 megs per file, but my camera is old. A current camera with RAW files can be like 60 or 70 megs per file, so that's a lot in file size. Okay. After I have the files on my computer, I use Darktable, which is a catalog. It's a RAW editor. And pretty much I do in Darktable most of the things that the people who use proprietary workflow does in Lightroom. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I have a bash script that's called PWF, and with the PWF list film rolls, it shows me all the film rolls that I have created. So for the film roll that I have just create SCaLE. Okay. And now you can see that it have create all the folders that I need for me. So I don't have to be creating one by one every time that I need them. But now I have to import these photos into Darktable. Okay, import folder, DSLR. Okay, so now it is importing all the photos to Darktable, and what I have to do, as you said before, as you see before, there are like 300 pictures, and I'm not going to publish all of them. Maybe I'm going to pick 8 or 12, because even on your social media, trust me, no one wants to see 100 pictures of the same event. So you have to pick the ones that you like most. And for this, Darktable has a rating with stars, where I like to do is blurry pictures and that kind, I immediately delete them or mark it as not usable, just pressing R on my keyboard, and I assign a number from 1 to 5 to the images, and I can run through all the 300 images very, very quickly. This is something that on Lightroom that you can also do, but many people told me that there was any tool to do the same on Linux, and this is the tool that I'm using. It's a little bit awkward to have to use a microphone like this in my computer, but okay. Just by pressing the letter C, no, I can't pronounce that word. That C as in zebra. Yeah, not C as in Charlie. Okay, it's weird. Can you hear me? Yeah? Great. It's a very awkward position. Okay, so this picture is a little bit dark to me. It wasn't what's exposed. Maybe I can get it a tree. So I can be giving a rate from 1 to 5. I'm not going I'm not going to do it right now because I don't want to spend the whole talk doing this. Yenny, I'm sorry, I didn't know there was that many pictures of you. Okay, most of the picture. This one, I like it. I know there are a few pictures that I really like. This was our night. We were chanting him. He was very handsome and brave. And I don't want to spoil you the whole show, but at the end, he's the bad. He's a villain. Oh, I like this picture. Well, this is the idea that you can get through all your pictures very quickly and just set a rating from 1 to 5. I just want to find a picture that worth a little bit of editing. I'm not going to. I'm not good at editing. I'm not going to do it during the talk. Too bad this picture is not on focus. Maybe we can do something with it later. This picture, I like it. Okay. Okay. This picture I like. So I didn't go through the whole 300 pictures. Maybe I did like 100, but after that, I can filter them by the rating that I give to them. So I'm going to work with this one. If I want to like adjust the exposure of the picture, crop it, I just have to press D, and it will get me to the darkroom. And basically, I never did film photography, but they are using an analogy between the process back then, using a light table where you have to see all the negatives and just pick your shots. And here is the dark table where on the film you had to actually expose your picture. I don't have to do that because I'm not sure on film, but you can adjust a lot of things. I want to show this first. Okay. This is not like this is not like a tutorial, but this is general things that you have to do when you are editing your raw pictures. And you have to crop your image. Yeah, you have to use noise reduction. You have to do exposure adjustment, clipping your blacks, clipping your white points, adjusting the whites, the color temperature, some clarity and saturation adjustment. And that's maybe the most basic things you have to do when you're editing an image. So I'm going to do that right away. I want to crop my picture. Yeah, he is facing. No. 32. Excuse me. Yes. Um, 35. Okay, maybe like this. No, I don't like it. I think I'm not giving justice to this handsome knight, but the, excuse me. Oh, the yeah. Let's try that. Awesome. Thank you. I'm also getting composition lessons from the audience. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is a much better picture. Thank you. So I already crop it. Noise reduction. I like to do this at the end. Um, exposure. I like to clip the blacks, but that's what I like. But this is really I think like an artistic decision. So let's see how it works with. Yeah, I like this one better. The highlights are okay to me. And let's see. Okay, this gives to me a better look. I'm not going to change the colors or anything, but basically this is what you can do on Darktable. I want to take a very bad picture, so it's not going to be very hard to take a bad picture from my shots. Oh, the ones that were very dark. I'm sorry. Oh. So this is something that you can do with a raw file. If your picture is underexposed, you can bring back some light to the image, but at a cost of adding a lot of noise. So exposure, if I want to get it with more light. This is not something that you can do with a JPEG, or at least not having great results. But this is not something that you want to do with your images. You want to try to get it on good exposure in camera. But if for some reason that you get a black picture and you really like it, this is something that you can do with raw files. Okay. So one of the options that Darktable has, and I really love, is the export to gallery. Export to gallery. I'm just going to take some random pictures. Aware position again. Let's say I selected 6 images, and I want them to be exported to my gallery. And I should have already a gallery right here. Select and export. It is already exporting those 6 images to my gallery folder. It's here. What it is going to do, it is going to export the images into JPEGs. It is going to create thumbnails, and it is going to create no, I'm sorry. I didn't choose the gallery. Right. File on disk. Here. Website gallery. What am I doing? So now, I have selected website gallery here, the 6 images, the right path, and I hit the export. So now I should have the gallery here, please. Okay. So this will create this web gallery where I can share the picture right away to friends by using this script here. And basically, it's just an rsync from my gallery to my server, and I can just share the link to my friends. It's very basic, but it does save me a lot of time. And what my friends are going to see is something like this. They just go to galleries, Gabriel.photo / the name of my film roll, and they can see the picture that I have taken of them, or for a specific event or something like that. It's, for me, very, very simple but useful. Okay. Sometimes I need to get to editing photos. I'm not going to do it right now because it is very time consuming. But I just use GIMP. The current version of GIMP is 2.10.8. I don't have that installed because I use Debian, and there are like, I don't know the word, but they're very cautious on what packages they put, and it usually takes like 1 year or 2 to get the latest packages. But I'm not that bad. I'm already using 2.10, but the version is about, it does 2.10.8. It makes me it makes me a liar. Anyway. Excuse me. Okay. No, I only have. I used to. I recently formatted my computer, and I used to have 2.8. But after I install all the packages from repositories. So I'm glad that they are on the latest version. Yeah, I use SIT, but even on SIT, the packages are not that up to date. Why? Oh, this way. Okay. So I totally skipped the part of editing because, as I said, it's very time consuming. But maybe this is the part where I focus the most my efforts in Bash, and is backup and storage. Okay. As I said before, raw files on my camera are about 30 megs, but easily you can find 80 megs files. So having to store and backup that, it can be very painful if you have a lot of money, but you can just get a lot of cloud services. You can. How many of you has a NAS on your house? Most of you. Are any of you from Mexico? No. In Mexico, we are poor people. We can't afford a NAS on our house. So, not my solution, but what I have done, it worked the best for me, is to use the S3 services. You can get like 2 pennies for 1 gig on regular S3, but you can get down till less than a half a penny per gig using Glacier. Just for the ones you're not familiar with Glacier, the catch is you cannot recover your files right away. This is not like, yeah, they get frosted, but it usually takes less than 24 hours to get your files, but it's very, very cheap. But what you're about to see now, it will prove how cheap I am, because I need to create thumbnails, because since my raw files are going to be frozen, I will not be able to see any preview of it. So I'm going to create thumbnails, and the thumbnails, I'm going to store them on regular S3 storage. But a thumbnail is going to wait like 60K, something like that. It's very, very small file. But even further, Amazon charge you per transaction. So if I have to store like 300 thumbnails, they're going to charge me a transaction fee for every file. So instead of storing each thumbnail, what I do, I create a negative. And a negative is a single file with all my thumbnails. And as you had a row, the negatives on the films, and I only have one file. Yeah. I compress my film roll, so all my raw files are going to be compressed into one file. All my thumbnails are going to be stuck onto a single images with 300 thumbnails. It doesn't care for me. And I have two ways of doing this: send to S3 and send to S3 paranoid. And usually I do paranoid, and basically it adds the compression with a level of encryption and having my password. It's supposed that all the data you send to Amazon should be already encrypted, but I don't trust them, so I encrypt it by myself first. And also the negative is compressed into 7-zip with password. And yeah, I started doing this because a friend of mine has a very, very, I don't know the word, but it was shameful for him. He took some pictures of me, and he sent the pictures using Google Drive, and he shared the folder with me. And like 3 years after that, I was reviewing all my files on my Google Drive, and I started finding pictures of a woman that I didn't know, and that woman was naked, and that woman was my friend's wife. And I was like, what's going on? So I had to do the call and tell him what's going on. And he said some kind of malware got on his laptop and it scrambled all the files. And somehow that files got on my share folder. So if I've done something like that, even if the file get into my folder by mistake, it will be with password and it will be encrypted. And that's why I am always using send to S3 paranoid. Does someone encrypt your files before backing up? Yeah, you know. Everyone else should start doing that kind of stuff. Okay, and basically this is what it takes to me. The send to S3 is just a call to the AWS CLI to copy the files to S3. Even the raw files are going to be copied to a regular S3. And this is a trick. You can copy directly to Glacier, but it is very painful to manage Glacier files directly through the console. So if instead you use S3 and set a rule that after 3 days they're going to become a Glacier file, you're going to have like a ghost. You can see your file as a ghost, and you can call the file from there. But if you don't do that, if you go directly to Glacier, there is no name of your file. There is only like a token that you have to store somewhere, and when you want to call your file, you have to retrieve it with that token. I didn't know, and I lost like maybe 10 gigs of photos because I stored it directly to Glacier, and I never stored the token. So after that, I started using S3. With the S3, I can manage my file as if they were on a folder, even though they're not really on a folder. It's just like a ghost file, and you can retrieve it using that file. And basically, this is, I send all the files to S3, and with a rule, after 3 days, it will become a Glacier file. Regarding to my script, there are some things that I still have to do. Is currently I'm archiving on 10 terabytes hard drive, USB hard drive, but I use it by rsync. I would like to get on my script something that can start to removable devices. I would like to upload my final JPEGs to Google Photos. I know this is not very on the tune of free open source software, but Google Photos is great to store your final JPEGs. You can get the photo of someone just by clicking on their face. You can just type an object, and it's really great. I haven't found an open source solution that does these kind of things. So in the meanwhile, I will keep using Google Photos, and I would like to have my script to upload the photos to Google Photos. I would like to purge my RAW files. Currently, if in Darktable I mark with an R, rejected, it's just a tag. The file itself is not deleted. So I would like to get my script to read on the Darktable database and purge all the RAW file that I have rejected and save space on my computer. I would like to protect the galleries with user and password, and I would like to have code names in my photos in galleries. So if I send a gallery to a friend and they have to pick 2 or 3 photos, they can just tell me the code instead of having to do tell me a lot of details on the photos, like I want the one behind the tree with the black flag. So if I have a code, they just can give me the code, and I will know what picture they're talking about. And maybe this is my favorite picture I have taken. It's my brother with his little baby. No text here. I just want to show off the photo that I like. And we have time for questions. Do you have any question? Yes? Yeah. Which? But I'm not catching the name. Oh, Git Attic. Okay. Oh, nice. Sure, I can repeat the question, but I didn't get the question. Yeah. Yes, it does support. He asked if Darktable support folder hierarchy. Yeah, the part of moving the photos to my computer, I do it with Rapid Photo Downloader, and that takes care of creating a folder hierarchy. And on Darktable, I just select the main folder of the film roll, and I select an option that says skip JPEGs because I don't want any JPEG on it, and it will check for all the raw files on that film drawer. Usually they are only on my 01 raw, and that's how it is going to be imported onto Darktable. And it is going to create a database where with all the photos on it. And also, I didn't mention this before, but Darktable is a non-destructive editor. So it creates a sidecar for all your edits. So 10 minutes, yeah. Any, yes, sir? Yeah, I have tried route therapy. It is very good. I didn't really stuck with it because I love to use the mask on Darktable. The mask, at least when I use raw therapy, it didn't have any that powerful masking tool, but the overall results were better to me on raw therapy in regards of how it managed the colors, how it gets the I don't know how to say that, but when I take a picture on my camera, it shows me like a preview, and in Darktable, that preview it doesn't look anything like in Darktable, but in raw therapy it does. It's really it's really very good at that kind of color matching, or I don't know how to say it, but it is a very good option. Sure. The tethering option. Yeah, not on the real world because usually I shoot on parks, on a beach, but I just create like a small studio at my house, and I not even remember to use tethering. I have tested and it worked. I mean, it worked in the sense that I take a picture and it gets to Darktable, but I haven't used it on a real scenario to tell you if it really works as it's supposed to. Any other question? Well, if we don't have any more question, I just want to invite you to the Birds of the Feather. We're going to have tomorrow in this hall room at 7. And it will be nice to share experience with you, all of you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience.
All right, everyone. Up next, we have Scott with the Krita project, and he's going to talk about how they run their project. After Scott's talk, we're going to break for lunch for an hour, and then we will be back after that.
Great, thanks. So the reason I kind of thought this would be an interesting talk was I spend a lot of time looking at projects and how they run. I feel like with a lot of open source projects that are out there, they pretty much all have the same problem. They all don't have enough people to do it. There's like one person doing a giant amount of work. So I like to spend a lot of time just analyzing projects, and I thought it would be really helpful to, I guess, share how we do things. I'm sure there's some things that if any of you guys have open source projects that you manage or work with, that there might be some ways that you can use some of the tools that we have. Most of the tools that we have are all open source and free as well, but I think it can help manage your project and sometimes be more productive with the limited resources, with people and time that you might have. So yeah, I'm kind of just going to go over some different areas. So what is Krita, if you've never heard of the project? It is an open source free drawing and painting application geared more towards artists and concept artists and people that like to draw and paint. It's similar functionally and from like a usability standpoint, probably closer to Photoshop than something like GIMP would be. It started about 10 or maybe 15 years ago as kind of a GIMP clone using a different type of technology called Qt, which is a C++ framework. About maybe 5 or 6 years ago, it started to kind of get more of an emphasis and kind of a niche focus on drawing and painting tools. So that's kind of the focus. It's been kind of the road it's been going down ever since then. In terms of the growth, I do all of the website stuff as well. So I just pulled this from our stats. We use a web analytics thing called Piwik, which I think it's now called Matomo. For a little while, we used Google Analytics maybe in 2013. And then even before a lot of the GDPR stuff and privacy stuff, a lot of the people that were working with Krita and things were they were very nervous about just sending anything to Google or working with Google. So instead, what we did was we just were like, okay, we need to find some other self-hosted thing that we can have the data, and then we're not sharing it with any other corporations or companies. But yeah, long story, so the data, so I think we started using it, 2016. I think that's as far back as I can go with this thing. But yeah, and then up till now, we've probably about doubled in 3 years. And I feel like with a lot of projects, you almost have to go by percentages more than big numbers. I feel like with any project, it's pretty hard just to expect a project to just exist and then just like spike and then you're super popular. It takes a lot of time to build kind of brand awareness and slowly just have people know about your project and trust it and start using it either as an amateur or hobbyist projects or professionals using it for a professional capacity. So who am I? My name's Scott. I started helping with the Krita in 2013. I originally started with the website. I'm kind of more traditionally trained in website design and user interface design and development. So I actually started helping with it because they had a call for help for the website. The website needed help. Whoever was doing their website before that left it, and so I started with that. After I got done with that, I thought it would be really fun to kind of get in with the application user interface design and direction and learn more of that. So then I started kind of taking over all of the user interface for the application, as well as doing a lot of the programming for adding features and things like that. I wrote a book a couple years ago on Krita that you can find on Amazon. And I'm also still just a volunteer for it. I mean, I've made a little bit of money from my book and things like that. But for the most part, this is kind of just a passion project that I love helping out with. And I think kind of with how Krita operates, I think kind of the central backbone with how everything works is really KDE. So Krita is part of kind of the KDE organization, which is it's more of a it's probably more of like a European, I feel like, organization where there's a lot of the Libre graphics and things. It seems like there's a ton of people in Europe with everything. So this was kind of that type of thing. But yeah, they kind of, we'll go into a little bit more detail about it. But yeah, they kind of manage the infrastructure, the Git repositories, the website hosting, the domain name, all the krita.orgs, and if there's any new technologies we want to add, they take care of that, as well as any security and really any type of need we need, they pretty much take care of, and they were not charged anything. So about maybe 3 months ago, we have a current way of doing things that I'm going to go over, but about 3 months ago, there's been this talk of switching to GitLab for a lot of things. So there's maybe about 7 or 8 tools right now that we use for doing things, but GitLab is going to probably consolidate all of that into maybe like 1 or 2 of them, just to help the infrastructure team and all the networking people manage everything. So it seems like we're getting pretty close to that. There's a couple tools that GitLab doesn't seem to have, that doesn't seem to be very strong with right now. But yeah, what I'm saying now, that could change again in another 2 or 3 months. So yeah, the website hosting and Git and downloads. Right now, you use a program called Git-O-Lite for managing all of the Git repositories. We kind of have a viewer in this program called Fabricator. So Fabricator is kind of a project management tool that takes care of a lot of different parts to managing a project. It does everything from Git stuff to like code revisions, and you'll see later it does mock-ups and things like that for different design decisions. And for real-time communication, we still use IRC quite a bit. We have weekly meetings about once a week just to kind of give the status. We usually have a Google Docs document with kind of like what we did maybe last week and what we're currently working on. And then there's usually some type of agenda with other like larger type projects that are going on just to give status updates and things that we do that. I'm not sure. I thought the weekly meetings were posted somewhere, but I'm not sure exactly where they're posted to. But yeah, we do most of our talking probably on IRC with everything. Another thing that I really like about IRC is you don't need an account for it. I feel like a lot of these new things like Slack and Discord and a lot of these, like, they require you to have an account with them, which I feel like is good for some things. But one thing I don't like about it is user support. So if a lot of times people that use this program are artists, and a lot of artists that when they're first starting out, they might only be 12 years old or 10 years old. And like they don't want to be told, oh, you're going to have to make an account and sign up with an email address you may or may not even have, and sign up for this service and log in. So if they need help with something, all they would need to do is kind of get on this embedded IRC program, which I don't even kind of like calling it IRC when we communicate it out, because I feel like that's even kind of a technical jargon. So I usually just call it a chat room type of thing, just to talk with people. So yeah, all they have to do is just enter what they want to be called by. It automatically has the channel listed in. And then I give out a little bit of instructions about, hey, like saying, hey, like this is like a real-time chat. Like if you ask a question, that doesn't mean somebody's going to respond to you in like 15 seconds. Like we're not a company support. We're just a bunch of people or volunteers just trying to help this project out. So yeah, this is a thing called Kiwi IRC that it's on there. It's super easy to embed. It's pretty much just like an iframe type of thing to go on there on the website. But yeah, this is really useful. We probably get maybe 10 or 15 people at least a day, probably more than that. Usually either wanting some help, or sometimes, depending on where I'm at, it's just easier to get on this thing and log in than trying to worry about needing an IRC client and then making sure I have my nickname, I'm logged in with my nickname, and then going from there. So yeah, that's really good with that. So mailing lists, we use Mailman, which I feel like I don't know a ton about all the different open source projects with what they use, but I feel like this is a pretty common solution. So mailing lists are pretty much just anything with general communication you need with groups of people. So KDE, there's just a lot of them that are on KDE. So like there's a list of some of the projects that KDE has. But yeah, there's a lot of them. I think it might have maybe 200 different ones. And Krita has a few of them. But it's really nice that anytime there's any bigger decisions that people want input on, that there's kind of just a mailing list for everything to go out for. Like here's one from the sysadmin. I guess if they're changing a bunch of servers that might affect different products, it's just kind of a heads up like, hey, if you have any of these things on these domains, or the forum, or the wikis, and then it kind of lists out sometimes the domain names. It's like, hey, these are changing and there might be downtime. And then whenever they change them, if there are issues, we usually all know how to get in contact with them. And then we have a sysadmin ticket request thing for any problems that might come up. So mailing lists are really good for discussions like that. I think the thing that is also really good about like Mailman using mailing lists is it keeps a history of all of the communication that goes on. So if you weren't subscribed to the mailing list for whatever reason, say if you like signed up to help for a project, and it's like, oh, we had a discussion about this thing we wanted to add, but we had that discussion 2 years ago. You can go back through the history and you can see exactly what was in that discussion 2 years ago. So that's one of the things I think that's really nice, why a lot of open source projects use this Mailman. The other thing I do with the emailed like distribution list is I kind of have an email marketing thing that goes with it. So on the bottom of krita.org and a few other places, I kind of have a like a release notification. So this is just kind of more of a public, really a non-technical type of thing. Anyone that wants to know about any future releases that we do, I usually send it out on like major versions like version 3, version 4, and minor release versions, so like 4.1, 4.2. And it's a pretty low barrier entry way of people signing up for things and then communicating and then constantly being able to stay in touch. So I think last time I checked a few weeks ago, I mean, it doesn't have a ton of people. It has maybe like 13 or 15,000 people in it. And I think with how many people actually open, whenever like the last one that we sent out was 4.1 the last time I sent this out. And then I kind of checked to see how many people came from mail clients, and it was probably about 1,000 to maybe like 1,500 people, which is about a 10% kind of a click-through rate in email marketing terms, which that's actually pretty good. You might think like, well, 13,000 people signed up for this, but only 1,500 people actually click and went to it. But like in most email marketing, like if you get above like 3 or 4% click-through rate with your email marketing, that's actually pretty good. But yeah, I think that kind of that communication is a pretty good thing. In terms of user interface and UI design related stuff, we also use Fabricator for it. It has a pretty cool system. So whenever I'm working on anything, like this is a user interface design I did for some of the animation features. There's an animation curve where you can animate tweens. Right now, I think you can only animate the opacity or the transparency for certain frames. But this was kind of the original idea whenever we were coming up with it, what it might look like and how it might function. A lot of features in general, it's like people don't necessarily know how something needs to work. They just want X feature. And sometimes that feature might be how Photoshop might do it, and other times it might be how GIMP might do it. But one thing I try to be careful of is just trying not to do, and I think all of the people in Krita try to be careful of is not trying to do just too much copy and paste features, what I call them. I feel like a lot of this copy-paste features, if you do something exactly like another program does, I mean, you might be copying some of the good parts of an application, but I think a lot of times, especially in terms of usability, you're also copying the bad parts as well. So I think sometimes other applications and how they do it, it's a good starting point to get an idea or a general direction of how a design or a workflow might need to be for usability. But I think it's good to have discussions and things like that around it. And usually how the discussions go is I would post a wireframe like this and then maybe some notes on how it would work. And then there's you can kind of later have some discussion below it where different people kind of chime in and say what they like about it and what they don't like about it. Like I started this up, and Dimitri, who's probably, I think he's one of the programmers for it. Sometimes he has questions with technical stuff or scope, because it's really easy with any feature that's kind of vague, like animation tweening or things like that, in terms of like what that exactly means and how much we want to do. So sometimes he has questions on that. For a lot of the features too, we have about 3 or 4 artists that are usually like professional type artists that have a lot of experience in multiple programs. So we try to get a lot of feedback from them about how their current workflows are and what they do. Like for example, for the animation feature, one of the main animators, Balabib, which I think his real name is Stefan, but yeah, he actually knows like 4 or 5 different animation tools, and he knows what's good in some tools and bad in other tools. So a lot of times I kind of rely on him to be like, hey, we need to get your input on how this needs to work and how it doesn't need to work. And you can get a lot of really great insight on making things that are usable and easy to use for that. And outside of application stuff, I mean, we also do just normal like website design stuff. Like I did this one about maybe 4 days ago. And this is just some website stuff for post-download stuff. So I mean, sometimes it's application stuff, but sometimes it's just more simple graphic designy type stuff. But yeah, it's kind of a nice tool to have something to be able to share designs and get feedback on them before anybody starts coding it. Oh, and in terms of usability, I think like kind of a hidden trick that I use for usability testing is like YouTube. And I really like using tutorials with people trying to teach other people how to use programs. I find that sometimes people are pretty useful in how they teach things, but I think there's a lot of cues people give whenever they're making a tutorial on something that you can tell that they don't really understand what they're talking about. For example, like maybe they'll be talking about the layers system, and they'll say there's like 3 buttons that do different things. They might say something like, oh yeah, this feature, this transparency setting is really great. I use it to do X, Y, and Z. And then maybe they just really briefly gloss over maybe 1 or 2 features without like explaining it or anything like that. And then maybe they talk about another feature, and then they start going in depth more about that. So I think one of this like glossing over cue, I think is a kind of a usability indicator that there's a good chance they don't know it either because potentially the documentation isn't that great with it, or maybe sometimes the wording isn't very good with them. I think when we add new features sometimes, I think it's important to have a distinction between what they're technically called in the back end versus what they're going to be called to the user. Because I think sometimes the technical, what's going on in the back end is good, but it's also can be very confusing. For example, there was one feature that we have in here. It's called Instant Preview right now, but we had a lot of discussion on what it should be called, because in some applications like 3D games and things like that, and how it's technically implemented, it's called level of detail, which is kind of how the canvas renders. So whenever like you're drawing and painting on something, if you're zoomed really far out in drawing, you're not actually painting on a full-size canvas. You're actually painting on a tiny canvas. And what that allows to happen is you can pretty much paint on like a 50,000 by 50,000 pixel canvas, and it's going to instantly get feedback. And then you're going to see that right there on like your maybe 25% scale. But then kind of in the background, there's all this other work going on, filling everything else in kind of in the background. Yeah, like calling it level of detail, we thought was going to be kind of confusing for people if we called it that. So we settled on this instant preview idea, which maybe is good, maybe it could be better, but I think there's a lot of features like that I think that are important to think about. In terms of kind of how we do QA testing and we do releases. So I think QA testing is probably it's really difficult to do, I think, with open source projects. I think the thing that makes it hard is a lot of people, unless they really need a new feature, like they really don't care that much about like testing your stuff. It's going to be like, they usually say things like, well, like, I can wait. Like, I don't need that feature that bad. I'll just wait till it gets stable, and then I'll start using the new version. Which I guess it's good that they have the patience to wait for that, but it also means you don't have nearly as many people testing it. So when these applications are in beta and release candidate or alpha or things like that, yeah, there's just not as much testing. So yeah, when they get released, they're probably going to still have bugs and crashes because it ends up having the developers they pretty much end up doing a lot of the QA testing type of stuff. So we try to help with that. One thing we try to do is we try to have nightly builds. The one that we probably try to use the most is we have a Krita Plus version, which is kind of like the stable version of the program with additional bug fixes in it. And then we also have one that I kind of call Krita Next, which that's kind of our master branch that usually has a lot of the breaking changes of things that have changed quite a bit. And I think the Windows stuff I think having Windows nightly builds is pretty big because I would probably say out of all of the traffic and downloads we get, right now it's about 90% Windows users for our user base for everything. I mean, so like Krita right now, I think last I checked, I don't know, we usually get about 160,000 downloads-ish a month of the program. So I figure 90% of that, if we can get that many more potential testers doing things like that's helpful. And then for when we do releases, the main goal is to kind of do releases once a month. Obviously, because of like personal circumstances and whatever happens, sometimes it's hard to do that. I do try to start a release notes pretty early, like pretty far before before we even do a release. And I think creating a pretty comprehensive release notes documents early and then like making that public is pretty important for a few different reasons. So if you don't know what a release notes thing is, it's pretty much just all the features and bug fixes that are going in for a version of a program. But one of the pros of doing something like this is for testers. If someone wants to test your program, one of the things they're going to ask is like, well, what am I supposed to test? Like what changed and like what might break type of thing. So like if you can point them directly to this page without any type of login or anything like that, they can just quickly download a development version of it, and then they can kind of just start running through some of these features or bug fixes and see what's there or not, or how stable it is. Another thing that's important is for doing I guess like little videos. Like for this one, there's a girl that made this little feature video that was kind of highlighting all these different features, and she kind of had the same thing. She's like, I want to do this video kind of showcasing these new features that you guys have, but it's like I need a list of all of the new features and kind of what they do, and maybe even some documentation so I even know what to show off. So I think being able to share one of these type of pages is really helpful for someone like that. So reporting bugs and features. We use a program called Bugzilla right now for doing all of that. There's really not a ton to say. I mean, it's just bug tracking. I do think bug tracking, it's an odd term because I feel like it's much more encompassing than just like bugs. I feel like there's kind of really a bug tracker to me does three things, and there's three potential situations that happen with bug trackers. It's when someone issues a bug, it's like, one, yes, it may be a bug. You might test it and it's like, oh yeah, this is a regression. This was supposed to be working and now it doesn't. Another case that comes up pretty often is someone adds a bug and it's like, you might look at it and you're like, well, like this feature it's not a bug, this feature just doesn't exist. Like it's not designed to work that way, and then things like that. So in those cases, we have a tag called a wish list item. So that's one way how we mark things as kind of a new feature going forward. So we kind of keep all of our bugs and our new feature requests all kind of together, and then it's easy to sort them. And then the third thing that comes up with bug trackers pretty frequently is just like basic like user like support type things. So someone might say, hey, this thing doesn't work, and then you look at it and it's like, you know what, like this does work, you just don't know how to use it, and then you can give them a link to the documentation, or you can say that, oh, you're using it this way, but you're supposed to be using that way, and eventually those can get closed. So I think being able to take care of, I think if a bug tracker can take care of bug fixes, new features, and be able to have a pretty quick communication mechanism for doing user support type stuff, I think that's pretty important. So managing volunteers. I think volunteers are always pretty hard because they're pretty much, since they're not paid, you have to really kind of try to make sure that they can stay engaged and keep them interested in things that they're interested in. I think it's also important not to overwhelm them sometimes with things. A lot of programmers we get that come in a lot of times they're in college or university, and I feel like sometimes in university setting they work on very small projects, I guess just to get the basics down, to figure things out. So their mindset when they come up to a project like this is they're like, I want to do this, but at first I want to like learn your code base. Like that's their goal. So they're like, oh, just tell me how the whole program works in general, and then I'll spend some time studying it, and then I'll work on my thing. So I think it's important to communicate really early that, hey, like this isn't like a school project. Like this project is like 1 million lines of code. So like if you have to try to learn everything, like you're never going to be able to actually do anything. And I feel like even like corporate applications and more like real world applications are like this, where like you don't have time to know an entire code base. You just have to pick something that you kind of want to do and then just focus on that. And then as you get good with that, you can kind of expand out to other areas, and you can become more well-rounded as time goes on. So I think being able to kind of to set expectations on like what's needed and how hard something is pretty important. And then I think it can kind of go along with that is just don't rely too heavily on them. I mean, a lot of people start out really passionately about things when they want to help volunteer, and then things come up, or they get frustrated with something and they leave. So even if they get kind of close to getting it done, I think it's important not to communicate out to people like, hey, we have this person, this super cool programmer working on this thing, and it's going to be great, because you just don't know if that's actually going to be in something. So we don't really send out anything until it's approved and it's pretty much put in like our master branch, or it's actually in a bug fix release. So like we're certain that it's going to be going out for the next release. Documentation, we use a program called Sphinx for doing everything. Previous to this, maybe about a year ago, we used another program called MediaWiki, which is another similar documentation platform. MediaWiki was pretty good for doing things. I don't know if any of you have ever used it. The one thing we ran into a lot of problems and frustrations with is localization into other languages. It does pretty well with just the normal content, but at the time we had a Japanese translator that was doing things, and he was having a rough time with a lot of the navigation in MediaWiki, and just a lot of the other parts of the website, that it was just making it really difficult to localize the entire website in general. So Sphinx kind of has a little bit better of a system, so it's a lot more of a full translation of everything. So I think it's a little bit better of an experience with everything. And then if you're not familiar with how the Sphinx works, it's kind of a static site generator. So you pretty much have these like base, they're not HTML files, I think they're called RST files, but they kind of have this like simple markdown language on them. So you don't really even need to know code. You just need to know a little bit of syntax with how it works. And then you put a Python command in and it kind of auto-generates all the HTML. So the way we do it with this one, we worked with some of the KDE sysadmin people, and they pretty much have a build script. So every time we do a commit, it'll pretty much automatically auto-generate the website and all the different localizations that we have with it. And then since we can put it in source control, we have different draft branches for like next features or things like that that can be reviewed. It would be kind of nice to have a development version of the support site or something if we needed other people to review it that maybe don't want to mess with Git or things like that. But that's currently where we're at. I mean, most of this is done pretty much by one person, like 1.5 people that do the documentation stuff. I think I went to another talk with a Lubuntu documentation, and it seems like they kind of have a similar issue. It's like there's very few people that work on documentation with this stuff. And as important as it's just sometimes it's really hard to get that done. So marketing and fundraising, kind of how we do that. So I think I kind of have like a very philosophical approach, I think, to marketing and just creating brand awareness and slowly kind of building up and making your product more visible and, I guess, appealing to people. I really think developers are probably like the most important like piece to the marketing puzzle, because I feel like anything a developer really does is like very marketable. Like every bug fix, like people love bug fix releases. Like if you have a release and then you have like 85 bug fixes, like people want that. We pretty much had a Kickstarter a while ago, and that was pretty much the thing. Like the goal of it was to have like 0 bugs type of thing, and like people that seem to resonate with people. So I mean, while features are good sometimes, and I think you can show those off, I think, yeah, bug fixes are good as well. Animated GIFs, people love animated GIFs. It seems like on the internet, especially on things like Twitter. I use a program sometimes called Peek, which is on Linux, called PEEK, and you can kind of just it's a little program. You can set the size of your window. You hit the go button, and then you do your thing, and then you hit stop, and then you can kind of change how long you want it to be, and then you can just post that out on a website. But yeah, I think people get really excited about stuff like that, especially with new features and especially with graphics applications where they're very visual. YouTube, I think, is a pretty good thing. At least with Krita, we have a lot of reviews and tutorials and things like that. We have a few of them that we get quite a few people from, and I think YouTube's a pretty big platform with, I mean, just in general. So I feel like there's a lot that you can do with that, either with working with streamers or tutorial makers or things to bring stuff in. Another thing I think that's interesting, that I think in terms of kind of I guess it's kind of an outreach way to think about marketing, is just think beyond your application. Like one example would be, you could just have a tutorial on Krita showing how to use a new paintbrush, but you could extend that and get into a different audience where you could start with Krita, and then maybe you could show how that funnels into Blender, creating a 3D model in a 3D scene and animating it. So if you kind of have the two tools together, not only are you getting your audience or the people that like Krita, you're also now getting the Blender community, which is also, they have a very big community as well. And I think sometimes if you can do that, I think your brand awareness can kind of I don't know, I think grow at a better rate, and just kind of get outside of your echo chamber of just the same people that are already using your program. So I think doing things like that are good. There's another thing we kind of do, I mean, it's kind of marketing, but it's kind of like an internship thing. It's called Google Summer of Code. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with it, but it's Google's initiative to try to promote people being involved into open source projects. And we kind of promote that as people working on cool new projects or different, they can submit their own projects. And we try to create just kind of awareness that, hey, if you're a programmer, you're a university student, you can kind of get involved and help on this cool project in the summer. You get paid doing it. And it's going to be, usually your stuff's going to be used by a ton of people. So I think, yeah, things like that are also really good. Fundraising, I mean, even if fundraising, I think, fails, I think it is good marketing. I feel like anytime you can get your brand or your logo or just your effort, you just trying to do something, I think people appreciate that, as opposed to projects where it's like you don't hear anything from them in like months or years, or you just have no idea what they're doing. I think Krita's been pretty successful with their different funding campaigns. I think one of the things that helps them be more successful is since we've done 4 or 5 of them, we have a pretty good gauge on what's realistic with how much money the project or the funding campaign can bring in, and the types of things people get excited over. I mean, we spend a lot of time on all the forums and bug trackers and just talking to people, so we kind of we have a pretty good feel with what people want and what people don't want, and yeah, what they might get more money with. But yeah, I mean, fundraisers are good whether they're really successful or not. In terms of finances, money, I mean, we really don't have too many people working on Krita, like making money doing it. We have the maintainer who's like Baldwin that does everything, and he can continue working on it pretty much from the Windows Store and the Steam Store sales. So the only difference really between the Windows Store and the Steam Store sales is I think because the platforms allow automatic updates. So like if you would get Krita from the Steam Store, and then we would later like release a new version, next time you would start up Steam, it would be like, hey, there's a new version, and it kind of has an auto update process built into their platform. Where in the Krita code base, we don't actually have an auto update process or coding built into it. So it's kind of a feature if you use those programs, but it's a feature we're kind of leveraging to actually, I guess, kind of charge a little bit of money as well. So like each one of them is $10. But yeah, just between those two, that brings in enough money to pay Baldwin everything. And other than that, we pretty much just have one other developer, Dmitry, who's from Russia, that is from the donations and then any fundraiser stuff we do. I mean, from the monthly donations, we get probably maybe about 2,000-ish euros per month. And then, yeah, the fundraisers, we kind of just do them as we need to. And then we just make sure before we do another fundraiser that, hey, we just look to see what did we do our last fundraiser? What did we promise people? And like we have to make sure we deliver some of that stuff. Otherwise, we can't do another fundraiser without not delivering a lot of the stuff that we already promised on the last one. So I think just being kind of like reliable and yeah, people kind of relying on you to kind of produce things, I think is really important to continue if you want to do fundraisers. And then the last thing with financing and monies, we sometimes do have contracts with Intel. Intel really likes like pushing or kind of showing off some of the new technology they're in. Recently, we just finished up a project with some high dynamic range painting features. So instead of just painting with colors, you can also set kind of the nits or kind of the brightness levels with it. So you can kind of like more or less paint with light. So not just paint white, but you can almost like paint the sun. So it's almost like kind of illuminating, which I feel like is something that, I don't know if you know much about HDR monitors, but it seems like brightness and more colors is kind of one of the focus. So that was one project we just did. Another project that we did a little while ago was getting stuff to work on one of their multi-core processors. And it was kind of just to show the performance increase that you can get with an Intel processor if you use a bunch of different cores with it. So occasionally there's things like that that bring in money as well. And then kind of like the future in general with things I think is going to be important going on. I mean, there's the features and bug fixes and things like that, but really kind of outside of that, I think one thing that's going to be more important is just the international community in the open source world. So this is kind of a chart of just the percentage of a population per country that has internet access. So you can see obviously around like the mid 90s is kind of when the consumer internet kind of started kind of taking off type of thing. And like everybody's kind of going up. It's kind of getting like lost in the fray, but like the United States is kind of just right here type of thing. So I mean, this isn't, the website this is taken from is called gapminder.org, but they have a lot of really interesting statistics on either internet usage or poverty levels or income levels and things like that. So I think sometimes I think a lot of books and research stuff is kind of old in terms of usage and where like the current state of the world is. I feel like, at least with me living in the United States, I feel like I was taught something, and and unless someone teaches me otherwise with things like this, it's difficult to see the changing landscape with how much technology and the internet are like changing kind of the world, the way its adoption is being changed. But yeah, you can see there's a lot of countries that have a lot higher percentage of internet users than the United States has. So we're definitely not like the most, I don't know, internet literate company probably when it comes to internet usage. But yeah, I think along with this, there's also going to be a pretty growing demand for internet sites and applications and communities that where people, maybe English isn't their primary language. I feel like English is kind of the main business international language in general. I feel like most like Europeans I know, it seems like most of them know English pretty well, especially in the more urban areas. But like, yeah, once you get to more rural areas or like, and I'm sure places like China, there's going to be a lot more places where they might not know English. So I think there's going to be a pretty growing demand in better ways that we can try to help people in other countries that might not know English. So that's kind of something I'm probably going to be trying to work on and do more in the future. So that's more or less it. Hope you kind of just see some of the tools we use for doing some different things and kind of why we kind of pick them. And yeah, maybe hopefully you learned a little bit. And if there's anything that we're doing that's bad, that maybe we could do better, you could definitely talk to me afterwards. I'm always interested in learning what other projects are doing. So that's pretty much it. Any questions? Oh, yes.
I'm glad to see you're still using all the older tools like Bugzilla and the mailing list, which has been around for such a long time. Familiar to me, but they may not be familiar to newer users.
Yeah, so I guess the question was kind of if people, he was just admiring, I don't know the right word, but he was just kind of saying that like we use some of the older tools, like such as Mailman for the mailing lists and things like that. And I think some of that has to do with, I think KDE in general. I know KDE did some report in a survey with just all of their users and all the developers, and they pretty much found out that the majority of people are middle-aged Europeans that were doing things. So I have a feeling like the tools that they've just been using is like they've just been using those because that's what they've been using for so long, and they're comfortable and familiar with it, and then like they don't have to think about it. So I have a feeling that's probably some of the reason why those tools are being used, as opposed to some of the younger generation technologies that are coming around, like the GitHubs and GitLabs and things like that. So, all right, thanks for the question. Anything else? Oh, yes. Oh, well, so the question was if we're doing much with the brush engines, and every time he comes back to the brush engines, he has to relearn it. And I'm probably going to say that's my fault for doing it because I feel like the brush editor is it's probably one of the most complex areas in Krita, just because there's so many different engines. There's really no other programs that have probably as much, I don't know, as many options in terms of how you can customize a brush. So it makes it difficult to manage. And I think for in terms of like when it's going to maybe like solidify and kind of like take more of a definite form, one thing I'm kind of trying to do is trying to isolate more of the sections in terms of how they're actually used. Like originally when I started, like it was pretty much you selected a brush, was on the same screen as editing the brush, and which was like kind of in the same area as like saving it and editing it. As well as there was another area where you can test stuff in the scratch pad area, which that was also that was like inside of that area was the same way you would save your thumbnail that would get associated with the brush, which I feel like from trying to like teach people with what things are, it was parts of it were good because you could kind of do everything on one screen. But I guess the harder things with that would be if you're just trying to like tweak some settings, you had to see a lot of stuff just to tweak some settings. So I think long term, I think what we're trying to do is right now there's a resource rewrite going on with pretty much how all of the brushes are managed and the patterns and everything like that. So once that's done, the big request right now is just to completely make it separate as a Docker. And then I want to make it so you can really shrink the brush editor down a lot. So you could just find exactly maybe a few settings you want to tweak. And it's just a lot more make it a lot more customizable and flexible and resizable. So I think once it kind of gets to that point where it's much more configurable, I think that's probably when there's going to be less changes or less dramatic changes going on. Because yeah, I mean right now we get a lot of complaints with people wanting to do certain things. They want it to be way smaller. They want a shortcut or a faster way to tweak one setting that they want. And everybody has a different setting that they want to tweak type of thing. Like I want to change the rotation on the masked brush. I want to change the brush pattern blending mode to something else. But I want to quickly change it. Like opening up the editor and changing it from there isn't fast enough for me. So I think once we can do that, I think it should be stabilized more with the interface. So all right, thanks. Is there anything else? And also, if you have any other questions, I have a booth on the expo hall at 431. It's not actually mentioned in the sheet thing, but yeah, you should find me. I'm pretty much all the way kind of in the back in the middle. So if you want to talk about any graphics stuff or drawing or painting or whatever else, I'll be there pretty much the rest of the weekend. So all right, thanks everyone.
For those of you that are still left, we will reconvene at 1 o'clock after lunch for a talk about Hugin or Hugin, depending on how you want to pronounce it, and then another Krita talk at 2. Greetings, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. I hope it was very nice. Up next, we have Brian Clough giving a talk on panorama stitching with Hugin.
Thank you for that. So, like I said, I'm going to be covering Hugin. This is mainly for sticking images together in a rather complex way, but it can be easy. You're probably asking, why should I even use this? My cell phone does panoramas. Well, this does a much, much better job, and it gives you a lot more versatility. You can stop and make sure people get out of your way, and we'll get into other stuff. So, that's right out of Hugin. Welcome to Planet SCaLE. That shot that yesterday. We're using ultra-wide lens. So this here is produced from 74 images. It's a full 360-degree panorama. The little planet, as people like to call them, is a stereographic view. And both of these panoramas are generated off the exact same images. And once you've got the bulk of the computing power done, going from one to the other is rather trivial. The bottom one is a cylindrical panorama. So getting very high resolution images is probably my primary use for it. You can get a zoom lens like so and zoom way in. And so my camera is 21 megapixel and this is 40 images. And I did about a 50% overlap of my images. And the ending result is I have a 207.9 megapixel image. And so you can pull a lot of detail out of that. That with my setup is about 2 minutes, and I had to pick about almost 2,000 control points to get that. So, did I mention you can go really high res? I found this image off of. Anyone watch Smarter Every Day? They covered an entire show on taking this particular image. This is a 19 gigapixel picture. It's consisting of 1,920 images. It's 297 500 by 87 500 tall. It's 6.9 gigabytes. If you look at that, the final little window on that thing, I don't even think that's a single pixel in what would cover your screen on there. So what do you need for Hugin? Well, Hugin uses a lot of processing power, and you're chucking around a lot of pixels. So you're going to need a lot of RAM. You need a very, very fast processor, and I would highly recommend a GPU. I tend to go with my NVIDIA cards, and it just chews through pictures really quick compared to the processor. Although CPUs have caught up in speed. When I first started doing this, it wasn't uncommon to spend 45 minutes stitching images together, and these days I would say I'm getting the same thing done in a couple of minutes. So it works really well. Sure. It's a checkbox in the settings. Yeah. And I believe it's off by default, so it'd be highly recommended to turn that off. But yeah, I don't have that in here. I apologize for that. So the process for doing the stitching is, and this can be either manually done or automatically done for the most part, is that you put in however many images you want, and then you have to pick common points between them so it knows how to put them together. Then the system will go through, change the perspective in the way it needs to. You kind of have to think about this as a little bit like cartography. Like when you see maps we live on a spherical planet, and when you see maps, they're a flat version of this sphere, and so you have to warp them to get that flat image. And Hugin has to do the exact same thing. You'll see images. I've had images that had a little thin part, and then it came swooping around and bent all the way around a sphere just to be able to stitch correctly. So anyway, after it's warping the images and stuff, you do exposure correction, and it'll actually go and kind of compare the images together and see if you can, it'll try to line up the exposure levels and stuff, and so you have a nice consistent picture when you get done. And then it warps them together, and then finally, once it's remapped all these individual images, it runs them through a program called NBlend that tries to intelligently blend stuff together so you don't have problems, which we'll cover in the future. So in 2014, they split the interface in half, and you end up with a simple, advanced, and expert. And the advanced and expert are almost identical, so I didn't put the advanced up there. For the most part, if all you want to do is stitch together a panorama like you get out of your cell phone, you can sit in the simple interface all day long. And then you can even do some relatively advanced stuff in there. But if you want to get in and stitch together something like a hand-drawn image and a live image, or maybe an antique image and a modern image, and stitch them together, you're going to probably have to get into expert mode so you can start picking individual points and get them together. So I have a demo here. This is going to be interesting. Let's see. Get rid of that. Whoops, I have it on the wrong screen. So I'm running notes on this side, and so I need to be able to mirror it, so I'm having to use KMag to mirror my display. So.
Do you want a mic holder?
No, I'm okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you, though. So anyway, this is not the one I want to show first. So when you first run Hugin, you get this is their simple display. And it is just a matter of, if you look at here, you'll see a load images button. It has a 1 on it. And then if you go over a little farther, it has 2 and then 3. It's literally a 1, 2, 3 process. Click on 1. Let's see, that's the wrong one. Let's do 3 images. Okay, so now I've got the images loaded, but they're not aligned. So second step, press align, and this is where you start to use some CPU. And now you got your panorama. That's all 3 images, and we can prove that by clicking identify. And there's our 3 images. And if we click on this edit control points, you can see by all the little X's down here, whoops, that covers up, that those are all the common points that it automatically picked. And so to get this out in a format that we like, we go back to the assistant and say create panorama, and then you just pick the particular settings you want. You probably want this on JPEG, and I'm not going to write this out because I don't need to. And as I mentioned before, it has an advanced interface. And the advanced interface is kind of odd because you kind of end up bouncing between the simple interface and the advanced interface. And in fact, now the advanced interface is open, the simple interface can actually be closed and reopened, and it doesn't affect anything. So for this particular interface, you would right click and say add individual images in this window. Let's see. And once those are in there, then you would come down to this create control points, and that's the step 2. Once you've done that, if you'd expect, step 2 gave me a panorama, but this step 2 doesn't. This just finds the points, but it still doesn't know what to do with it. So if you go down to this, where it says optimize, there's a bunch of settings under this. Depending, by default, it's just positions. All it'll do is line the images up. It won't try to correct anything on them. And so ideally, you want to take really good quality images so you can get down to everything. And so it'll give you the smoothest thing ever. But on that, you click calculate, and it already has them, so it didn't take too long. And then once you've done the calculate on the geometric optimization, now you have a panorama. But if you haven't had the best settings on your camera, you'll see problems with it. So if you go down to photometric, that's where it'll finally go through and compare the exposures of your shots and try to line them up. Yes? It does not import RAWs, it does TIFFs, and it does some HDR formats.
So what is the best workflow for bringing RAWs and especially?
I've never done it. I would suspect probably convert them to a high bit depth TIFF, it would, or an HDR file. It probably would. I think I pulled in and let it do the exposure correction.
And then the next question is, if I'm doing a panorama with pre-exposure high dynamic range set, would that automatically like is there another option down there for doing high dynamic range? Do I have like a
Yeah, there is high dynamic range stuff in there. It works on photo stacks. And so for HDR stuff, see how it says stack 1, stack 2, stack 3 on this image? It would have, it would be stack 0, 0, 0. And so I'd know they're all in the same stack. Okay, that was for high dynamic range for people at home. So anyway, like I said, once you've calculated this photometric, then you're ideally, if you've got good control points, if your control points are off and so they're not lining up correctly, it can completely mess up your image. And at that point, you have to go back, start cleaning up your control points, and make sure everything's good. So that's as much of that as I want to cover right this second. Come on. And get the presentation back up. Yay, okay. Oops, my side's missing. Oops, I skipped a slide. Come back to that. So, I keep talking about high quality control points, which are, you don't strictly need them depending on what you're doing, but what you ideally want is perfect pictures coming in. So obviously you're gonna need to use a tripod, and you're gonna want your, you have to think about the distance you're taking your pictures of. So like for instance, if I were to take a panorama of this room, I would definitely need a very stable head or some other way to make sure I'm lining this camera up perfectly, because parallax distortion is going to get in the way. If you're taking pictures of landscapes and stuff way on the distance, you can do those handheld for the most part. You do have to keep in mind stuff in the foreground, because a little bit of a shift is going to mess things up over there. You have to make sure you overlap your images. When I first started doing this, I knew I needed to overlap them, but I'd only overlap them 5%. And that really doesn't give you enough stuff to line up and get you enough control points between your images. And then if you can, set your camera to manual mode. Like I said, it does have an exposure correction stuff, but ideally you want to not rely on that. Make sure that all the images are taken at the exact same speed, and so it's consistent all the way around. Otherwise, you end up with skies that just look strange. Stuff that's bright that shouldn't be. And then, obviously, avoid some moving objects. You can't find common points between moving objects. But, as I'll show you later on, you can plan for them and get some interesting results. And, like I said, just avoid parallax distortion. Lenses. I've used just about most of the lenses you can use out there. You would think that you go like, all I want is a panorama of everything around me. I'll just get a fisheye, that covers 180 degrees. I'll take 3 pictures and I can move on. The problem is the fisheye, everything's kind of bending. And so you take a picture where everything's bent on this side, and then in the next one over here, everything's bent this way, and it's lining up at almost a 90-degree angle. And Can you stitch them together? Absolutely. But you're going to have to hand pick every single point, and it is a nightmare. So I tell people, if you want to get the fewest number of images, spend some money. That's not the lens I meant to have on there. Get an ultra wide angle lens that is not a fisheye. Get one that keeps the straight line straight, and that'll get you the fewest number of images. I think with mine it's a 14 millimeter lens, and I've been able to take a full sphere in as little as 16 images, if I remember right. So what's parallax distortion? So we've been talking about that a lot. So it's basically, the trick, if you hold your finger out and you cycle your eyes back and forth, you can see either the background or foreground jumping back and forth. Well, that's parallax distortion, and you're trying to avoid that. So what I've got a drawing of here is what the natural person does. You're going to take pictures and you're going to stand in one spot and spin on that. The problem is your lens is out here and it's moving back and forth, sometimes a couple of feet. And especially stuff in the foreground is also going to be jumping back and forth. And you can save the images sometimes, but that's going to ruin your image. So what you want is you need to spin on the focal point of the camera, which a lot of people would think the focal point is going to be on the front of the glass or on the image sensor, but it's not. It's somewhere in the middle of your lens where all the light comes, converges to a point, and then flips over on the backside. And to get that, you'll have to, if you want to do like a spherical panorama, you get a rig like that, and you'll have to play with it and shoot back and forth and compare the images and adjust accordingly. And so you'll end up with something like that, where you end up taking the same picture and the stuff lines up in the pictures, even though it's on opposite sides of the frame. So, like I said, I brought a prop. This is my smaller, lighter rig that I recommend. This is a Nodal Ninja. It's a lot less expensive than the one in the picture here. This one's about $200. That one's about $800. And it's really heavy and bulky, and unless you have an extremely heavy camera, I wouldn't use that particular Manfrotto 303 SPH. So anyway, this one and that one on the screen there these are spherical panorama heads. These are made for taking a picture in every single direction possible, including straight up and straight down. There are other heads out there. There's just cylindrical heads that just go back and forth without panning up and down. There's motorized heads. Those are great if you can tell it how, it's basically a robot, and you tell it how much to move up and down and how many pictures to take, and you press go and walk away, and it just goes click, 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 and you end up with a bunch of images at the end. That's how that 19 gigapixel picture was taken. I can't even imagine trying to take something like that setup. So, what's parallax distortion actually look like in images? So this is out looking down my front yard, and if you look, there's just small differences. If you look off in the distance there's a recycling can, and it's a little bit away from one of the branches, but it's almost being covered completely by the other branch. And when you get down to the final image, it's a little bit blurry, and you just want to avoid that if possible. The thing about it is Hugin's awesome. So there's the actual image. That other one was faked. So this is the actual output from a Hugin, and the Embled software actually is really good at going through and trying to avoid those blurry lines. But you do see that there's the stuff I've got circled there, the branch is a little bit thick, there's some tearing going on. It's not perfect. It's probably still better than what you get out of your cell phone, but you're looking at that. So this is a fun example I remember I had, and I had this last night. This is an extreme example of parallax distortion. This is what you get if you put your cell phone in panorama mode and then hold it steady against the window while you're driving. So you can see the middle of the image is actually a panorama, but the back of the image, because of the parallax, isn't moving as much, and so it has no choice but to repeat it. And then the front part is moving so fast that it doesn't know what to do with it, and so it's just got snippets in there. So I thought that's a fun image, and that's if you ever have a cell phone, you want to take it. If you're in Europe where they have a lot of buildings all attached together, that's a great way to get a strip of building. You know, if there's no cars or people in the way, you can just essentially get a scan of it, since the cell phone Panorama is essentially treating the world like a flatbed scanner. So, I'll talk about the exposure. This was an image I tried to ruin on purpose using bracketing, and you can see the stitched image there just doesn't look very good. It's too dark on one side, a little bit too bright on the other, and so you want to get your camera into manual mode wherever possible to avoid that. But again, Hugin's awesome, and that's the final stitched image from those actual images. It did a very good job, and part of that interface that you're looking at, there's an anchor point for both the exposure level and the center of the panorama. And so I just picked the middle image and said, that's my anchor, make sure everything matches to that. And you get a nice, good image at the end. So, masking and cropping. I briefly mentioned this earlier, but this is, you can use this both creatively and to fix stuff. So, let me get into mode again. Let's see. That's not it. Mask, there it is. Come on. Okay, so this was a project all ready to go. So the masking is simply, you go through, so I had my friend stand out and purposely photobomb my images. And you can see I had to move around, and I took 3 images. But, you know, say I didn't want him in any of them. Well, I can go through and create an exclude mask. You just click add new mask here, and by default it's exclude, and just draw a little line around him, and that'll basically punch us a transparency out of that particular image, so when it goes back in, it is forced to use some of the other data. And when you get done, I have an image without him in there at all. Conversely, let's see. So this is literally the exact same project, but you can see the images are green now, and I've purposely included him in it. So now he shows up 3 times. And I do a lot of data centers for kids, or have in the past, and I've literally used this to go through, and I set up a computer lab with 40 computers, and I would sit in every single chair and get a panorama with me as the user of every single computer. Let's get back to, and okay, so now on to the other tricks. So I shot this in, I believe, Tyler, Texas. I was doing a photo shoot for this church, and they didn't ask me to get this, but I saw this old sign on the corner, and it was surrounded by bushes, and I wanted to get some straight-on images of this plaque, but I would have had to stand in the bush to get it. So I just ended up taking 1 image. And what you do in Hugin is in the manual point picker, it also, you can give it representations of what is a line. And I would pick one side and draw lines down the what is horizontal, you know, converging on that one side, and then represent the vertical, and then have it go through and just warp the image in such a way that it brings that to a perfect flat. And Yeah, you could do that in GIMP, but this guarantees that everything stays perfectly like it's supposed to be. That sign is that big. It's not, I don't have to worry about like, oh, is it a little bit too wide? And I just did that for both sides. You know, do the same thing here. I do a little bit of stuff in Blender, and I like to get textures and stuff, but you can't always get them perfectly straight on. So I use the same technique on, you know, purposely took this non-flat just to get it, and then used Hugin to warp it so that it would be flat. And now I got something that I could work on a little bit more and use as a texture in Blender. So, so those previous ones were setting both the horizontal and vertical. Well, this, you can do an architectural projection, you know, basically make it so that it's like two-point perspective. And then with this, you just set just the vertical lines and then let it warp on just the vertical. And you end up with something you would normally have to use a tilt shift lens to get. And so if, you know, if that's a look you want to go for, you can also use it just to keep things perfectly straight up and down. So here's an extreme example of that. You got the, I believe that's the Empire State Building, and I found this picture online of you know, someone just shooting up, and I was like, well, could Hugin warp that thing back into a straight-on view? Well, absolutely, it can. So I did the exact same thing as I did for the previous image and let it go. The only downside is that it's really warping the image, so the final image ended up at 614 megapixel, and it took a long time to get there. But it was fun. So. Oh, sorry. I actually meant to do that and I skipped it. So yeah, you asked if I could show the interface. Let's see. Again. So what you have is the control points. This is what I was talking about. You know, so you pick. Whoops. Get that on the screen. So when you're picking control points, you put you go onto the control points area, and you put one image on the left and one image on the right, and of course ones that have an overlap. And you don't. And the overlap doesn't necessarily have to be just between two images. You can have it between dozens of images if they're overlapping. But what he was asking for is, but I'll cover this first. So these are the points that got automatically picked, and you can see they go through. So if I wanted to pick another point, I could just say, okay, well, this little corner here looks good. I'll click on that. And let's see, we'll adjust it here right into the corner so I have a good thing. And it was already comfortable enough with how many control points it had, so it was able to go, oh, I know exactly where it's at, and it automatically picked the other one. If it hadn't done that, I would have had to pick roughly where it was at, and it will generally put a box that will that you can put over, and then it'll guess from there, and then of course you can further refine it from there. But for the architectural projections and other stuff, what we're talking about is you would have to go down and let's see, it's been a while since I've done this. You add a point, let's see, we'll add another point. Oh, okay, I remember now. So what you do is you purposely put the points in different places. So we got the one in the corner there, but I could take and put the other one right here and say add, and let's see, mode is vertical. So now it knows that's a line. So, and because 2 points don't really make a line, if you want to represent a line within Hugin, you need to actually put multiple overlapping points across that line to get to that. Does that answer your question? Okay. Let me get back here. So, so say you're a fan of graffiti art or something like that, and you want to take a picture of a flat wall. You know, I've gone beat the thing to death about, you know, make sure you're in the same point and everything like that. But for graffiti art, you actually purposely go out of your way Sure, you can take it with this, but what happens is you lose resolution off to the sides because it has to shoot further. So since you have zero parallax distortion that's going to happen, just make sure you're the same distance from the wall and take pictures down the wall, and they'll stitch together just fine. So I actually meant to take a picture of that roof for this, but I didn't get it in there. So part of what Hugin does to help warp your images in is it understands what lens you're using. And it actually pulls out from a big database of lenses by default. Your lens is probably already in there, but if it's not, you can add it to the collection and even submit it. But what you need is an image with a lot of horizontal and vertical lines. And you do just like the previous images, just even more so, make sure it's perfect. And it will then be able to infer how your particular lens is warped. And you need to do this if it's a zoom lens, you have to do it per zoom level on the lens. But once you've got that information, you can save that out, and then in the future, you don't have to worry about it calculating it. You can just load it in, or ideally you submit it to the master database, and then it's just taken care of from then on. So, high dynamic range, like we were talking earlier. So I got 3 bracketed images here. There's just no way I was going to get a good image from this. So, you know, I was either going to have to blow it out too much and then I lose my sky, or it's going to be too dark. So I just literally took 3 pictures, and if you got people in them, you're going to have to take them really fast because they move. But you throw that into Blender and let it chew on it, and then tell it to write out an infused image instead of just give me the regular image, and that will blend together. I'm calling it HDR, but it's actually tone mapped image in this case, although Hugin will write a true HDR image that you can use. So, and that comes to the end of my slides. Any questions? So, thank you. Well, I also tried to add a bunch of stuff to it and threw off my pace. Yeah. Someone had asked, I gave this as a practice to my lug, and someone asked if it could do raw, and I never checked until this morning, and so I checked, and I'm like, okay, I see it's TIFF, but I don't see a raw. Yeah. That's good to know. Yeah, that was a guess, but I was assuming the TIFF could be a high depth, bit depth TIFF.
Can you generate artistic HDR images, or is it mostly just tone maps?
I don't do a lot with HDR.
If you're going to generate into like an EXR file, I don't think it's going to tone map it back down. It'll spit out an EXR file, and you open that back in something else to do your, yeah.
Well,
Although,
I've used Lumens and never had good results. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. So maybe that's a good talk for next year then.
I've had really good results from HDR merge and raw therapy.
Actually found someone released a good tool that's not free, but I actually purchased.
We don't want that here.
I know, but it runs on Linux, right? So it's better than when was the last time you heard about a photo editing tool that was
So as a good follow-on, thank you, Brian. That was excellent. The upstream project that actually provides all of the lens corrections to applications like Hugin and raw therapy and Darktable, it's called LensFun. And they are losing basically their only developer. We're transitioning that project under the Pixels.us community. We're going to try and recruit some new developers. It's definitely not super exciting work, but if you know anyone who is a developer who wants to contribute, this would be a great way. There is all kinds of projects that is actually using LensFun for their lens correction. A lot of the not Lightroom commercial applications are actually using LensFun in the background as well. It ties into Hugin. You use Hugin to generate all your distortion correction for your lens. If you do that, please submit it back upstream. You can do that on GitHub. The actual code for LensFun is still on SourceForge. We're gonna move to GitHub or GitLab, but you can submit all the corrections, which is a separate database from the actual code to process it on GitHub. That's useful for everybody. Everybody likes lens corrections.
missed your presentation, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Hugin?
Which one?
Hugin.
Hugin.
Panorama?
One can watch that one.
You can on the YouTube.
Yeah, we made sure we got everything kosher, so it should be a good recording.
Serious technical issues that meant I had to redo my presentation.
Are still issues.
It's right now, it's unsaved. Can't save it. It's grayed out. So we'll see.
We don't want to turn it off.
Yeah, I was like walking through the hall and I got my laptop out like an idiot. I'm like, I'm not putting it to sleep. I'm not doing anything that might jeopardize the ability of this.
I was actually going to skip this SCaLE. I told Patrick last year that I was going to submit this. I submitted it late even. So
We're not about rules here.
I figured.
So, welcome. For our next presentation, we will find out what is Thelio and how do we get there with Ryan Gorley.
I know it's bad form, but I'm going to start with a disclaimer. My presentation is not saved. I cannot save it. And so if it crashes and I start crying in front of you, well, you'll know why, and you'll know why I'll just switch to watching random cat videos on YouTube for the duration of the presentation. So I don't know, depending on what you want to see, you should either be rooting for my computer to crash or to not crash. So let's see how we can get this going here. Okay, so by a quick show of hands, who here knows what Thelio is? All right, only one person? Are you the only? Okay, we got a couple people. Are any of our System 76 people here? Are they all? Are you with System 76? Oh, but you have a System 76 computer. Okay. I don't know if they're all running their booth right now. They could tell you. So FreeHive is a creative agency that I started. Now, I'm going to tell you a story, and it'll make more sense in the long haul of this. When I was in high school, my high school art teacher invested his own money to buy a copy of Photoshop. This was in the mid-90s. I think it was like Photoshop 2 or Photoshop 3. It was way back in the day. The school didn't buy it. He bought it with his own money. He put it on a terrible computer that was just powerful enough to do grades. But because he did that, I was personally introduced to the world of computer graphics. And long story short, through a few turns in my life, I ended up starting FreeHive, which is a creative agency, which is just a fancy word for a company that makes pretty things. So my name's Ryan Gorley. Some of the work that we've done, I'll just go through this quick. You didn't come to hear about FreeHive. We do some graphic design work. This was a recent giveaway that we did for System 76. This is some product packaging and marketing collateral. We do some product visualization and that kind of thing. We're a little bit different kind of company. I would kind of describe what makes us different into three kind of categories. Place, people, values. A traditional creative agency, marketing agency is design studio, would be rooted into at some physical location. And for a long time, the company's almost 9 years old. For a long time, that's how we were. We had a studio in Salt Lake. recruited people locally in Salt Lake, and we just did what most agencies do. We don't do that anymore. We're a completely online collaborative company. I get to work in my pajamas, and so does everyone else. We don't have a physical studio anymore. Our studio is in the internet. Our people are all independent artists, designers from around the world. We've got people on every continent on the planet. Well, okay, almost every continent on the planet. And the thing that really probably would be of most interest to you is that what binds us together is some common values, not the least of which being that we all use and advocate and try to contribute back to free and open source software. So we're kind of an unusual creative agency. We're not running around with shiny Macs and black berets and Adobe tattoos on our necks or wherever. We're a little bit different. We use free and open source software. And so that's kind of where this story begins. We were approached by somebody from System 76, Louisa, who's in charge of their marketing, because she was doing some research and stumbled upon a presentation that I did here last year. How many of you saw that? I recognize some faces. Sweet. All right. It was a presentation about getting creatives using open source software and some of the hurdles. They also saw this project that we did, and you can't really see it on this lovely screen. This is sometime you can go there at space.digit.co. You'll have to look at the slide because it's spelled funny, dijt.co. That is a WebGL solar system. You can kind of zoom in on the different planets, and it looks really cool. You can see it in a web browser. So they saw that and were kind of intrigued by that. The premise is that they were launching a new product. They were launching this. It's their Thelio desktop computer. This is actually a rendering of that computer that we did later, but just ignore the time difference. In fact, when we started, it was still being designed. A lot was changing, but that's how it ended up. And so they needed to promote this new computer. Now every year they do some kind of fun marketing campaign. And they wanted to do something because this was a really big deal for them. It's a largely open source computer. There are parts that aren't open source yet, but it's really their first step into trying to create a completely open source desktop. So the designs for the enclosure, some of the components within it are open source. So it's a big deal for them, a big step in the direction they've been trying to go for a long time. So they wanted to do something cool, and really who we needed to reach their, kind of their audience is, they have their existing customers, the people that are already brand advocates for them. They have potential open source enthusiasts, and just basically people that are indifferent, that are using Linux because, I don't know, their university uses it or something. So that was kind of our objective, and the idea was, well, we want them to be talking about this new thing, but we also want them to understand how important open source is. Now, we had a little bit to start with. These are some images from an installer for Pop! OS, which is their customized build of Ubuntu. And so they had kind of this canon, this history of these kind of robots, and it was never really explicitly spelled out to the world. But internally, these things had names. This is Zoe. And so we had some of this to work with. Okay. So we jumped in and with kind of those loose ideas. And we started coming up with this idea that we would do this, we'd have these different worlds that were either part of the Thelio system or something like that. We knew that we would have, maybe some like comic, because like these WebGL worlds, we didn't have the time. We only had about 8 weeks to do everything. We didn't have the time to do something super interactive, so we'd like augment the worlds, these WebGL worlds with comics and so on. Now, part of this presentation, I'll just point out that, and you may have discovered this in your life, nothing works out the way you imagined it. You start out kind of planning things and then it changes. So, for example, here on the left is what we had planned. We're going to build a website that would be kind of the backbone of the story, some still comics for 4 different worlds, 4 interactive worlds, and then 4 like kind of background music tracks. What ended up happening is this on the right. We had a website. We had 9 animated comics. We still had our 4 worlds and 4 ambient tracks, but we started doing voiceover in all the worlds. We needed to do voiceover on all the videos, and then we needed to also do soundtracks for all of the now animated comic videos. So it really grew. It really grew. It wasn't their fault per se. This is what happens when you get artists excited about something. Scope creep happens from within. And we're like, oh, we could do this, we could do that, and why don't we do this? And it got out of hand. So what started out at about a 600-hour project ended up, and I stopped counting, but I think it ended up about well over 1,000 hours. So the other trick with projects like this is, in a perfect world, we'd kind of follow a linear path. So we'd scope this thing out, we'd know what we're building. Then we'd work on the story, and they'd buy into the story, they'd like it, and then we'd go to concept artwork, and then we'd turn that concept artwork into 2D assets and video. And then from there, with all the 2D assets, we'd build our 3D assets. And then when everything's all done, we get music written to the exact length of our videos, voiceover done to the exact dialogue. It would be perfect. Unfortunately, you can't do this in 8 weeks. So what ended up happening is something more that looked like this. Now you can't read that, obviously. But the different colors represent these different planets, and the different rows of this are different people's involvement. So you can tell it was a mess, because we were still figuring out what we were doing, but we couldn't wait to be done with that to start doing other elements of it. So the way I present this to you is not how it actually took place. I'm kind of making it easier to understand what happened, because the reality is, we were, I can point, while we're trying to finish up our prologue video, we're about one third of the way into our first world. We've already started the second world, and our story should be finished for the third world. So that's kind of the mess. And it doesn't leave a lot of room for mistakes. So maybe that's why it took over 1,000 hours instead of 600. I don't know. If somebody that was better at this than me came up here, maybe theirs would be all pretty and linear. Okay. The tools. These are the primary tools we used. You may not recognize the icons. Blender, Krita, Natron, Inkscape, and GIMP. I would say that the vast majority of the work was done with the first 2, Blender and Krita. Natron played an important part, and then Inkscape was largely for the website and to some extent GIMP. There were some other supporting actors in this. Obviously Linux. Not everyone was using Linux, but I was. And most of what we used was cross-platform, so half the team was using Linux and half wasn't. Nextcloud was a hero. I love it. We used Rocket Chat, which is a chat, if you didn't guess. WeCan, which is a project management platform. Cloudron, which is a cool tool if you're like me and you don't want to be a system administrator when you grow up. Cloudron makes it really easy to install a lot of these applications and others on just a stock Ubuntu server, and they manage all the Docker containers, and anyhow, they just make life easier. And then Unity, which is not one of the non-open source tools we ended up using. And if you're curious why we use Unity over something else, you can ask later. I'm going to, because time's not going, because I'm running out of time, I want to show you the cool stuff. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. We had 7 people from FreeHive working on this, and then there were 3 people at System 76 that were involved on a regular basis, in addition to their CEO who came in at different points. So a lot of people working at the same time over a very compressed schedule. Really cool people. So let me see if I crash and burn here, but I want to show you a video. This is actually a video put together by one of those people, Chandar Ruzi. And it doesn't show all the pieces, but the pieces it does show look cool. So, you know, cool video. Let's see if this works. That was amazing, wasn't it? Just kidding. Let me try this again. Thank you. All right. Okay, so, all right. So you might have got a glimpse of it. The journey to Thalio was the idea that we came up with, which was that this character would, the story changed a little bit. Basically, the story starts out with this character receiving a friend back with a lot of anticipation, a robot. The robot comes back barely alive. In our story, robots die. So the robot's just in pieces and he's all distraught. Doesn't really know what happened. This robot was sent out to find the source of this advanced technology that, and how it fits into kind of their overall story. And I'll make a note here. Unfortunately, I didn't put the URL on the presentation. But if you want to actually go through and read this and interact with it fully, is Thalio, which is THEL.io, is the website. Anyhow, the character starts out finding his friend in pieces, and he decides, I'm going to go figure out what's going on. Now, and he can only really go backwards in this robot's journey, one planet at a time. And the next 3 planets he goes to are kind of these it's maybe not the right term, but they're the antithesis to open source. And each world kind of manifests a different facet of why people don't use open source or why, frankly, people should use open source. And so they're kind of in this kind of sci-fi environment, we are having a little fun. And so I'm going to actually skip the first video. There's a prologue video here. You'll get a kind of a screenshot of it. Now, I mentioned earlier there's a website. This was an earlier concept drawing done in Inkscape. We needed something to tie as a thread to tie through these different stories that would be released weeks apart. And so the website kind of served that. Eventually, the website started to also house other information, like these journey logs and content that there was a really rich story, and there's only so much you could tell in a little animated video or even the 3D world. So here's an example of one of the concept drawings. Now, there are really 3 main parts. There's the website, and there is an animated video, and then there's an interactive WebGL-based world. And then at the end of that world, there's another animated video. So kind of lead in, set up the environment, let somebody poke around. It's kind of like an early 90s style LucasArts video game where you're just clicking around and learning the story by interacting with the characters. It's very loosely a game. My kids call it a game. I don't know what to call it, but they think it's cool. So you click around, and after a certain number of interactions, it'll trigger a particular, what we call like a hero interaction. Something would make it reveal itself that would then trigger the closing animation. So here's one of the concept artwork items. You know, some little spoilers here. You know, this guy in the cape here, he's in the prologue video. You never find out who he is. He was a character that got written out. He probably went to jail for something, and we just had to pretend he wasn't in the series. No, again, as I was mentioning before, the story was being written while we were doing a lot of this. So that's the director, the director, and he was going to be a little bit of an antagonistic character, but we killed him. So you never see the director again. You'll have to watch the video. Now, the funny thing is, the prologue was the first thing we launched. It launched on July 4th, and it is the most technically primitive of all the components of this. While we're writing the story, while we're figuring out what we're doing, we started getting better at kind of the storytelling, and so the animations get better progressively until the end, where you're actually getting these cool 3D elements. So I'm just going to pretend that was on purpose. it was on purpose, but it was just kind of a cool side effect of getting more comfortable with where we're going with this. And so I told you the story, the robot gets home, gets there. Now this first world, let me keep track of the time here. Whew. All right. This first world is called LACME. Now LACME is basically a world where people are hoarding because they have this sense of scarcity. Scarcity of a resource that's not actually scarce. And so it's a little bit more aggressive, people are just a little bit more hostile. But if you were just to say, if everything is absolutely scarce, what would that be? Now, that's the fallacy, and we know that with open source, knowledge isn't a material that runs out, right? When you publish something and give it away, you're not losing anything. And while you can be a little bit worried that people will use it against you, you benefit much more than you lose. And so through the story, that's kind of what comes out. So here are these cool, I don't know, I think they're cool. The robots from this planet, they've got like you have like these elite kind of, you can tell which one's elite, right? And then you have like the big thugs that are around, and then you have like the poor, oppressed robots in varying stages of, dying, because they're starving for a resource, and they don't trust each other, and they're not getting the light resource they need. This is kind of some concept artwork of their city that's been in a storm for a long time, and here's a little bit more developed art piece that's, they're all kind of rising up with these beams of light coming through the dome, and and you can see these hovercraft up high kind of absorbing all this light before it can get down to the people down at the bottom. So it's kind of this cool, rich, science fiction environment. This is a sketch of the on-world experience. There are a lot of technical reasons. This was all delivered via the web, using a technology that just renders 3D on the web. But we had to, you always have to be mindful of how large the files are. The delivery, you can never escape just the constraints of the internet. The reason we ended up using Unity over a couple open source tools that are comparable, it was really just a function of how little time we had and how much trust we had that people would actually be able to experience the world on any browser. So in a perfect world, if I went back, we'd use a different engine, but in this case, we use Unity. Let's see. I am going to say, I'm going to show you the first world, the animation, the 3D experience. We might skip a little bit ahead in that, in the closing animation. That'll give you some context. Let's do that. There you are. And the whole thing has original music. So Kevin Jackson is the one that wrote that. He did an amazing job. So that was the 2D video. That would, on the website, that would launch this as a in-browser interactive experience. What you're seeing is just a recording. I don't know if you'll be able to see those captions from the back, but
I hope so, even if I can only save Zoe. An empty box. Zoe's logs place her right here. There must be answers close by. It looks like a PCB schematic. My guess is that it's not from around here. I'll record this with my wrist scanner and look at it later.
These are Easter eggs for the Thaleo desktop.
Dispatch will be decommissioned. I dismantled organic power such as steel. Using organics on that, would you like to experience the cosmic station?
Even the rogue Series 6 bots on Earth weren't this hostile. Good news for us organics. These bots seem willing to go to any length to hoard power.
I'm going to skip ahead. You can go on the website and go through all these interactions. They're pretty cool.
I wish I wasn't organic. I wish I could share power cells.
So you can see the bot down at the bottom. After a certain number of interactions, that bot rolls over and you can see this glowing thing. Now hopefully,
It's a metal panel. Jeez, I'm wasting time. I need to find Zoe's missing parts quickly.
what we discovered after we launched this is not everyone actually picked up on this. So if you didn't, this might be the first time you realize there's a video afterward.
She can't see anything that's inside. She can even power sense. Instead of will it make her whole again?
I hope so. I really hope so. The artifact! Zoe, can you hear me? I'm losing you, Zoe. Where do I go to help you? She's gone again. What just happened? Her systems are failing. I need to find Ballroom.
All right, I forgot to mention there was an artifact. There's an artifact. It's just a storytelling device. It's some mysterious thing that she has with her that you're trying to, that exhibits these manifestations of power as you're going back. And it's kind of supposed to represent the essence of Thaleo, which is where we're going to end up. Okay. So we get this hint of Baldura. Now, Baldura is one of my favorite planets because it's kind of this creepy, eerie planet where the creatures there have basically surrendered their personal liberties because it's convenient and because they're scared. And open source, as kind of the counter to that, provides us visibility and the visibility into our technology, into what our technology is doing, and maybe the motives behind people that are giving us the technology. It also provides us a means for community defense, that we don't have to hand off our personal liberties in order to protect ourselves. But anyhow, in this world, they didn't do that. Oops. Okay, so here's a little screenshot of Krita. Now, this next sequence will give you a kind of an idea of a little bit of the workflow. So we do some of these concept sketches in Krita. They get painted in. Then this is Blender. You can see on here he's got some zigzags on his face. Most of the animations were what we'd call 2.5D, 2.5D. It's basically two-dimensional frames that have been rigged as if they're three-dimensional. It's kind of a quick-ish way to animate without doing a bunch of 3D work. In retrospect, I might have done it all in 3D, or a lot more of it in 3D earlier on, but it worked out and it kind of turned out cool. This next shot is Netron, which is basically a compositing tool for video. It's kind of like a GIMP for video, but it's all node-based. It's really cool. Since we launched this, the project has been having a little bit of turmoil, but a very powerful tool. So you can see here down at the bottom, these are nodes of different elements that are in this animation, and then we're applying different color effects, visual effects otherwise. And then in the end, you end up with this. You got this kind of mood, these little glowing orb things that came out of Blender. He's going to be animated. I think you saw a clip of this in that earlier video we showed. I'm going to make you go to the website to watch that one. Okay, so they go to that world. Some stuff happens, and spoiler alert, Zoe dies, and she loses all of her power, and she's gone. And so, in kind of feeling like, hey, you know, I'm going to see this through for her sake, kind of losing hope, but I'm going to continue on just to figure out what happened. Our main character, Tenzin, moves on to this planet called Cloluo. Now, Cloluo is basically, to describe it, I don't know if I should say this in a recording. If Apple were to have a world, it would be Cloluo. The idea with this world is that it's a beautiful world at first glance. These are some of the creatures. It's kind of this pristine, carefully crafted, beautiful world. But you kind of get a glimpse here. Something's just not right here. And on that far left, you have what are called the innovators. So basically, in this world, the idea is that you shouldn't have the power to create. In fact, you don't have the power to create. The bots have their arms taken off because they'll mess things up. And only the power to create belongs to these big kind of monstrous things that are going around and ripping arms off. We had to kind of we had to dumb this down a little bit. We didn't want to give any kids nightmares. But it is one of my favorite. It's actually, they're all my favorite now. It's one of my favorite worlds because you end up there, and then in the background you have these. I don't know if you can tell in this resolution, but you know, in the background, it's all the foreground. It's all pristine. There are butterflies, and you have these like big, monstrous, multi-arm things in the background, like reaching down, and you don't really know what's going on. You kind of start picking up on it when you start talking to the different characters that are floating around. And it turns out that they're ripping off people's arms. Robots' arms. There's no blood. Okay. Tenzin finds out on this planet, and again, you can watch the video on the website and do the interactive stuff. But he finds out that Zoe has been on this planet, and that when she was on the planet, she told one of the bots there where Thalio was. And then right when he finds that out, one of these big innovator bots shows up on the horizon, ready to rip off his arms. Yeah, that one would have been a little bit too graphic. But fortunately, they run and escape. Now, I'm going to breeze through these and we'll show that video because that video is pretty cool. So the last world is Thalio. We had a hard time with this world. There was a lot of anticipation getting to the end. It had to be like amazing. And we were so busy that we really just couldn't put a lot of resources into figuring out where we were taking people. It's kind of like that television series Lost. And after like 7 or 8 seasons, eventually they had to explain all the weirdness, and that got really tricky for them. Thalio was a little tricky for us. These were some early concepts. We couldn't, like, we presented that, and they're like, we're like, well, what if it looks like Rainbow Bright? Like, no. What it ended up being was more like this. And Thalio, anyhow, Thalio could have taken a lot of forms, but this is the form it took on. Now, I mentioned Thalio had some 3D elements to it. This is a character that exists on some of System 76 other artwork. It's a robot called Melvin. So this is a 3D version of Melvin. And I'll let you see this. So it's going to start up with him like running away, trying to not be caught.
Run!
This is my favorite part. He's like, oh man, I just wanted a hug.
Charting a course to failure. I was told that the universe was a dark and dangerous place. From what I've seen, I'd have to agree. Yet I've also discovered something else. That regardless of how much darkness fills the void, in just one small speck of light, there is hope.
So I'm going to skip ahead. You haven't met these characters yet, but when you go through and do it for yourself, there's kind of resolution here with each of the different worlds, characters from these different worlds, and kind of how Thalio is the balm, the remedy. And I'm just going to skip to the end here. Oh. And at some point here, Melvin walks in.
Melvin, how did you get here?
A story from another time, old friend. I seem to brought me across the need.
It's Zoe. We sent her to find this place. She was nearly destroyed on her way back trying to tell some bots about it. The parts she gave away and the energy bursts from this object fused inside her didn't help. I couldn't save her, Melvin. She's gone.
She seems to have taken the message of this most part. Perhaps she should have read the letter before putting this material in her car.
But she's dead, Melvin.
No, Tintin. This is a place of creativity and curiosity, Tintin. Here in the village, she will consent and create all of the power to create. It is also a place of new possibilities and life.
Zoe!
Tintin. Share with me, share who you are. The universe may be a dark place. You may not yet understand the ways of failure. You will change that. Together.
Okay, so the question at this point is, so what? There are a couple so whats. The reason I told that story earlier about me being a high school student and my art teacher buying a license of Photoshop so that his students could experience computer graphics. That story may very well have never happened. May have not happened if he hadn't had the means to buy that. And that had a huge impact on my personal life. My career, the way I provide for my own family really stemmed from that moment and that decision. Now, GIMP or Krita, most of these applications didn't exist back then. But there are millions of people like me around the world, just young and excited, slightly creative people who we can actually give the gift of being able to see their own vision through open source. The reason I love open source is that it costs me nothing. I serve myself. I make the world better for myself, and in so doing, I make the world better for anyone else. I help them have that tool that will introduce them into the thing that they love, and they can go and make something like this. There's nothing in this whole production that we created that anybody with the time and ideas and developed skill sets couldn't create anywhere. There's no real barrier except, I guess, a hardware barrier, but even that could be overcome with time. So that's why it matters. I think that's why we do the things the way we do, and I think that's why the whole Thaleo campaign was important, because it demonstrated what can be done, and it not only preached the power of open source, but it demonstrated it in the way it was built. So thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And that's some of my personal contact info if you want to send me a question a different way. Go ahead. Yeah, the question is, why did we choose Unity? I alluded to it a little bit, but we had 8 weeks to put this together. We ended up having a little bit more time than we thought because of some delays on if you followed the Thaleo product launch, I think it launched in October. So we ended up having more time, but it was more a matter of comfort and risk mitigation. We just couldn't try. Armory 3D, I think, has a WebGL export. There were some others. That solar system that we did before was just created with 3JS, but that would have been just too time intensive. So it was unfortunately just a compromise we had to make. Any other questions? Yeah, so the question is, does FreeHive do anything to make sure that these applications that we're using are on a sustainable footing? We do donate to a lot of projects, but I personally am involved in Inkscape. I spend a lot of my personal time on that. One of the things that I hope happens, and one of the assumptions that I'm making, is that some of these tools have the perception of being kind of just tools for amateurs, tools that, if you're just a 8-year-old and you want to install something, great, but the real pros use Adobe. Part of what we're trying to do is to openly demonstrate, hey, look, you wouldn't have been able to tell any of that work in the beginning was done with anything other than a professional tool, and we did all that with free and open source software. So by so doing that and doing it so openly, the way we hope we can contribute the most, more than pitching a few bucks into this or that project or even putting in time, is to broaden that base of users. And open source thrives when it has users. You have more contributors, more donators, better feedback, better bug reports, and so on. So that's really, I think, the most important thing we're doing. Does that answer the question? Go ahead. Yeah. So we transitioned to open source about 1.5 years ago, fully. Blender's so the company's been around 9 years. In almost that entire duration, we're using Blender. And then piece by piece, other applications made their way in, and then we just made a big strategic just shift about 1.5 years ago to just open source. Except you can see here some of the artists are using like Windows. I'm not going to give somebody crap if they want to keep using Windows. Oh, actually, I will. But yeah. But fortunately, most of these tools are cross-platform. Any other questions? All right, thanks for coming. And I'll be at the Inkscape booth if you have any other questions you think of. Thanks.
We're going to break for half an hour. We'll be back in half an hour with Krita and Gimmick. As an awesome segue from Ryan, he mentioned Natron. Currently, it does not have a full-time maintainer or anyone to add features to it. If you know any developers who know Qt or Python or want to do packaging, definitely get in touch with us. Either on their GitHub or at pixels.us. There's a subforum for Natron. A lot of people who don't have the skills to code said that they would be willing to back a Patreon or a Kickstarter or donate to it, so there's maybe a little bit of money there, probably not a ton, and that's not the right reason to go for it, but they're definitely looking for help. Thank you.